and then buying DoorDash Chipotle with Klarna, like pay as you go. I'm so, like this. There's something that's really wrong right now. Something is very, very wrong.
Live in the UK. It is still so early in the year, and already there have been so many layoffs. Crystal Dynamics just had their fourth round in 12 months. Battlefield Studios cut staff after their big launch last year. Ubisoft gutted Red Storm Entertainment. Riot let 80 people go, and Sony shut down Bluepoint, which I personally will never forgive them for, because the Shadow of the Colossus remake was a masterpiece.
I didn't see that.
And speaking of layoffs, let's go ahead and talk about the big one. We found out days ago that Epic Games was letting go of 1,000 people after already letting go of 16% of their workforce back in 2023.
This is only going to get worse, by the way.
Fortnite engagement has been declining since last year, and that they are spending significantly more than they're making. And of course, even with a decline in players, Fortnite is obviously still one of the biggest games ever made and played, but Epic's response to all of this has been very interesting. Just earlier this month, they raised V-Bucks prices and told players that they needed to help pay the bills.
Well, apparently the kids didn't pay the bills, so now you got to fire everybody. Yep, Sammy that worked at the engineering department got fired because little Billy wouldn't spend his mom's credit card. It's just what happens.
You, Broccoli Top, put down the Celsius and go help Epic pay their rent.
Yeah.
And then a week later, they cut 1,000 people. Now, the gaming industry, and sadly, all of us, are unfortunately no stranger to tone-deaf statements from executives. And with Tim Sweeney already on the leaderboard for this, he vied once again for the top spot as he tried to smooth things over by making a statement on X saying,
I think Tim Sweeney is just too honest. He actually just tells people what happened. And that's scary. He just tells me, he's like, yeah, we weren't making a lot of money, so we fired people.
Think about it as people losing their jobs. Now employers will see a stream of resumes of once-in-a-lifetime quality folks. I think that easily bumps Ubisoft's get used to not owning your own games on the leaderboard. I don't know though, Tim. Could it be that instead of your overflowing charity for the market, Epic maybe overhired, put way too much focus on everything other than core Fortnite, like internal HR initiatives, massive content partnerships, spending $1 billion fighting Apple, and publicly backing lawsuits with Valve. And then your first instinct is to get on social media and act like you just did everyone a huge favor. Meanwhile, Gabe Newell continues.
I think it's also one thing that the reason why I'm never surprised when these companies do layoffs is the amount of my Workday videos between the years of 2020 and 2024 of these women that would go to work and they wouldn't do anything. They would just have meetings with each other talking about not doing anything. And I saw so many of these and I was like, there's no way you can run a company with that many fake jobs. And then I think, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think it was Elon firing all those people whenever he took over Twitter and the product not really changing, that was a light bulb inside of the head of every single other tech company. And they said, you know what? Let's do that.
Used to just live out his meme of do nothing and win. With this layoff, though, they are also shutting down 3 different Fortnite modes. And for what it's worth, I actually was kind of surprised because their statement that they put out was fairly honest. They said they failed to build something awesome enough to attract and retain a large player base.
People didn't play it.
And with all of this, I just kept wondering, how did Fortnite get here? There was a time when it seemed
because they overexpanded and they spread themselves too thin, and their player base, the thing is that people that play Fortnite are usually kids and younger people. And I think Fortnite tries to do what Roblox does, but because Fortnite is too tied to a specific type of gameplay, it's harder for them to have the same type of Roblox level customization. And competency in playing the game is much more tied to Fortnite than it is with Roblox, which makes it exclusionary to people that are, 6 years old. And I think you put all those things together and you have all these different modes, there is a market saturation point for everything. There's a market saturation point for Coca-Cola. There's a market saturation point for, Halo. There's a market saturation point for Lord of the Rings, where people, at a certain point, everybody that's going to see it has seen it. That's just the way it is.
everyone and their mother was playing this game, and it caused huge players in the industry to chase the live service model for years because of its massive success. Studios have been gutted, games have been redesigned, entire companies have pivoted to chase what Fortnite originally built, and now even Fortnite themselves is having a difficult time. The thing that everyone was trying to emulate is now struggling itself, and it was not for lack of ambition. Epic had plenty of ambition. They have just been pointing it literally everywhere else except at the people that play their core game. So Fortnite shows us one side of the coin, but what does it look like when all of that ambition actually has a target? Well, that brings us to Crimson Desert. Originally, Crimson Desert started out as an MMO prequel to Black Desert Online, and somewhere during the 7+ years of development, Perlibis scrapped pretty much their entire direction for the game. No live service, no multiplayer, although that might be coming now to be determined.
I think they're probably gonna do that. I think that'd be smart. The thing that's crazy about Crimson Desert, you know, you don't really think about this a lot. There is no fucking store in the game. There's no, 50 different cosmetic items. I think there's a pre-order set and that's it. Other than that, you just simply buy the game and you play the game. Every cool, badass set in the game, you just go get it. Yet? Well, yeah, obviously yet. I mean, of course they might do something like that in the future, but it hasn't happened, so I'm talking about the way it is. Yeah, right now it's not the case, and that's great.
One
you just play the game.
Single-player game with all of their ambitious ideas pointed at one thing, a super rich and enjoyable single-player experience, and you can feel it when you play. Now, I didn't get to start playing until the middle of launch weekend, and like I said at the start, by the time I sat down, I'd already seen a lot of the discourse. Mixed reviews, controls complaints, people saying that it was too hard or too clunky, and outside of like the Paul Tassies at Forbes, I felt the critic reviews were being weirdly nitpicky. Even at this point, after the massive quality of life patches, some journalists just seem committed to hating this game. After getting some...
Yeah, and they always will. They will always find a way to complain about Eastern games that don't adhere to Western sensibilities, which are the exact opposite of sensible. That's what I think really happened. And I think the same thing happened with Wukong. The same thing happened with Wu Chang. The same thing happened with Stellar Blade. The same thing happened with, I think, games like Wuthering Waves. Like many of these games, it is the same paradigm. Kazan. Yeah, I don't know if there's another one, but Where Winds Meet. Yes, Where Winds Meet is a great example. Every single one of these games gets overly criticized by these people because these games don't adhere to the ideology that these people want them to have. There's no universe where Marathon's a 9 and Crimson Desert is a 6. It just doesn't exist. Even on release, that wasn't true. It's just so blatantly dishonest that you can't even, I don't even know what to say.
Time in myself and sitting at around 30 hours now. Were some of the initial complaints valid?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, it sucked.
There is a real learning curve. The controls are not always the smoothest, although I do think that argument has been blown out of proportion just a little bit. But I've noticed that Cliff doesn't always grab a ledge when he should. I had a whole lantern quest that fought me for 20 minutes straight because I did not realize that my weapon had to be sheathed in order to pull it out properly.
Yeah.
And I am not a puzzle girl, all right? So some of the harder ones have made me feel pretty dumb, and I have accepted my skill issue. But even with all of that, I am still having a blast. If you only listened to the discourse at launch, you would genuinely think that this was some type of cyberpunk all over again. Like this game was utterly unplayable, and that was just not the case. Now, this is not a game for everyone, but for people who do enjoy this type of thing, it is incredibly fun. Combat, climbing, puzzles, taming animals, wrestling, crafting, companions, a genuinely massive open world full of fun things to do, and everything is all working together to make the game as fun as possible. And that right there...
What they need to do next is they have to add in early game and mid-game field bosses and mid-tier bosses and NPCs that roam around in the open world. Like, whenever you start, you need to see a dragon flying around. Whenever you start, you need to see a version of the tree sentinel. Whenever you start, like, because that's the big problem, is you have a handful of these in late game, right? And I'm experiencing them now because I'm playing them. But early on, you don't have those things for you to go up against and think that you own the world, and you hit it and you don't do any damage and then it one-shots you. Like, that's the type of stuff that creates a scope for the game. And I think that they also need to have things that are in between, like the super hard bosses and like the random mobs that you're killing. Like kind of like in Black Desert, you have things like the ogres, for example, and those are pretty hard to kill, that you kill for the ogre ring. And you need to have more monsters like that inside of Crimson Desert. We don't really have a lot of that. And like those mid-tier, yeah, basically elites. There are, bro. Not really. Like, not really, dude. Not really at all. Like, there's like 3 of them that are like the generals that you fight in like a few quest lines, and that's it.
There is the difference. While Epic was scattering Fortnite across numerous different games and directions, Pearl Abyss was pouring everything into making one specific thing as good as it could possibly be. And you can tell because it pops up in all of the little stuff. The background NPCs in this game have genuinely made me laugh out loud. From cussing at me and calling me the C word when I accidentally bumped them over, to an old woman randomly hitting on me in the city streets.
I didn't have that one.
Music of the game, I used to Irish dance as a kid, and that one merchant theme makes me yearn for the jig. That stuff is in there because somebody at Pearl Abyss thought it was funny or cool or beautiful and just put it in, because that is what happens when you know your audience and you want to make something
care about the audience.
And
there's
at
another factor too.
It is understandable people are going to be less patient with any type of launch jank. So even if I personally was not as bothered by some of it, it makes sense that Crimson Desert's initial quirks pushed away certain people. But for the people who decided to stick with
it,
this is a game built for them. And Pearl Abyss proved that almost immediately. Within 4 days of launch, Pearl Abyss had their first big patch live, with tutorial improvements, keyboard and mouse changes, camp storage, boss nerfs, health item buffs, and then 10 days later after launch, a huge patch. 5 new mounts, faster load times, a sprint toggle, reduced.
And today, by the way, this video was from yesterday. Today, and I guess last night, maybe the day before, I don't know when, but they did another patch where they increased the amount of storage that you have in the game. So they have just continuously, time after time, listened to what players want and then made accommodations accordingly. I think that's been amazing. I'm not used to Pearl Abyss taking a W like this. Yeah, it's been really good.
Lighting, stamina,
plus 100. It's more than
instant crafting, bulk storage. They even added a prompt for using keys to unlock doors, which was something I personally was very excited about. 2 major patches in 10 days. They are moving wickedly fast, and yes, it would have been nice if all of this was just there at launch, and I am glad that people have spoken up, but honestly,
I think that it really goes to show how important it is to do playtesting and to have good QA. Because if you could have made all of these changes in less than 2 weeks after release, the odds are your game would have been better off than if you had just released it 2 weeks later with the changes. That's the truth. And you would have missed so many negative reviews. You basically took a bunch of completely unnecessary L's. And this is the way that I feel about it. Completely deserved. When you release an incomplete or a problematic product, you absolutely deserve to get shit on in the reviews, because these are people that now effectively have to beta test because you didn't do good enough QA. So again, like, I'm happy that they made the changes, but at the same time, I think that this really should go to show that a culture of what I think would happen with Crimson Desert, which is toxic positivity, that suppressed any degree of people, you know, providing feedback for, hey, this should be changed, this shouldn't happen this way. It apparently didn't happen. And when it's being released to players, and people don't like it, and they're the ones that have the internal data for like when players quit the game, when players stop doing certain things, and when they see that so many people just get to a certain point in the game and they quit because of how frustrating it is or how annoying it is, then that's not good for you as a developer to have that happen, especially when it's happening because the game is not working the way that the player thinks it should be. Like, it's one thing to quit the game whenever you get to a really hard boss. Well, that's what happens. But if it's a function of the game or playability of the game, that definitely shouldn't happen.
It feels really good to be heard, you know? Like, I genuinely feel like I am a paying customer again.
Yeah.
I bought a game, told them what was frustrating,
Flying Boss pissed me off.
It
was terrible.
In days, not months, not years, and That is sadly not something that should feel like an anomaly, but after years of, notably Western AAA, studios treating player feedback like an Avengers level threat instead of just useful and helpful information, it kind of is. That used to be the norm. That used to just be how this worked. Either the game released polished to a T, or the developers were ready and waiting to accept and act on the players' responses. And the fact that this feels so rare now says way more about the industry than it does about Pearl Abyss.
Well, I think it's also that, like, a lot of developers, and this is like a weird thing that I think is kind of manifested over the years, is that developers almost feel like they're working against the players. Like, it's the developers versus the players. That's the way it felt like with World of Warcraft for a really long time, and I thought it was super weird. And I didn't understand it, and now it's not that much like that. It's just that they're all in agreement of being retarded together and doing what they're doing with WoW. But what the big problem is now is that, like, I'll give you a great example of a Western developer that made a great decision. So in Path of Exile 1, there was a problem with people pianoing their flask, which means that you have 5 flasks in PoE 1, and everybody would just hit all 5 of the flasks all of the time, constantly, all at the same time. So this was technically against the rules because you'd be doing it with a macro. But what the people in Grinding Gear Games, this is the way the people that made Path of Exile, what they did, instead of just deciding, well, you know what, we're going to just ban people for cheating, what they did is they added a function that makes the flasks activate automatically. So now, instead of having to worry about, like players are cheating, why don't we implement, if everybody's doing this, maybe the gameplay that we have planned out for people isn't very good gameplay. And I think that's the main question that developers need to ask themselves. It's not that does this make the game harder, it's more that does this make the game fun? And I think that oftentimes you have developers and players too that fall into the trap of trying to make the game harder through introducing mechanics, functionality, and gameplay loops that aren't enjoyable. And I think that whenever you have a really good game that's also very challenging, like Elden Ring, Clair Obscur on the hardest difficulty, and, like many other examples, Dark Souls and anything else, like Legend of Zelda, back in the day used to be pretty hard, is that you didn't force players into gameplay loops that were not enjoyable. I think that too many developers now have this mindset that you have to eat the shit to get to the cake. Fuck that. I just want to eat the cake. There should not be a level of annoying, repetitive, unfun game design that I have to trudge through in order to actually enjoy the game. There's no reason for that. It's unnecessary. And I think that we're starting to see developers be able to move away from that now, which is great. You should not have to ever eat shit.
Paid for this game, we showed up, and Pearl Abyss is treating us like that actually means something and is important. Like we are people who bought their game and deserve to have a good experience. We're not a problem to manage or a community to pacify or just a revenue stream to optimize, just their customers.
And here's another thing too that Pearl Abyss is thinking. They're going to make DLC for this game. They're going to make an expansion probably for this game. And if they want people to buy that expansion and they want people to buy that DLC, it had better fucking be good. And the thing is that, look at Capcom and the way that they provided after launch support for Monster Hunter World. When I played Monster Hunter World, I had such an insanely good fucking experience. Like, I still think back on how fun it was. And the reason why is I was stepping into a game that was a pseudo live service game, but it had had at that point years of support, updates, and improvements. Same thing with Cyberpunk as well. And if you go and play Monster Hunter Wilds now, it's a lot better as well. It's going to be hard for them considering their IQ is lower than the average daycare scammer. Oh, yeah.
Who they want to make happy. And the reason that they could move that fast is actually the whole point.
No Man's Sky 2,
They were laser focused on their game and their audience, so when players showed up with feedback, there was nothing else competing for that attention.
Exactly.
And instead of getting defensive about it, blaming their audience, lashing out over the critical reviews, they just listened. They went down the list of complaints and started fixing things and actually thanked people for the feedback.
You're welcome. You're welcome. They've just done everything I wanted. They did everything I wanted them to do. Yeah, I mean, and for you guys that are still playing the game, still playing through it, also, you're welcome. I'm glad to have made it better and improved it for you guys. You know, it's just what I do. It's just what I do.
Instead of getting weird about it, most studios would have put out some type of big roadmap and asked everyone to just be patient. Perlibis just did the thing.
Yeah,
so where does this leave them? 3 million copies sold in 5 days.
Wow.
Steam reviews going from mixed rating on launch night to very positive. And Sunday morning, a week and a half after launch, Crimson Desert just hit 276,000 concurrent players on Steam. A new all-time peak. Most single-player games start to lose their concurrent players in the first week. Crimson Desert is gaining them.
Good games gain players leading up to the weekend after the week that they were released on. Insanely good games sometimes have a second weekend that they get even more popular in. A couple of examples of this are Arc Raiders, Marvel Rivals, and now Crimson Desert.
Looking at both studios, Epic and Perlibis, it is clear that both of them have ambition. But everything Perlibis has done is to make their game more enjoyable for the people playing it, and everything Epic has been doing for the past few years or more is to... I'm honestly not even sure.
Epic's growth strategy for Fortnite was informed by people that are retarded. They were informed by focus groups, by consultancy firms, and by people that don't really have an intrinsic understanding about Fortnite and why people play Fortnite. That's the big problem they have. And I can tell in a lot of these cases where which groups of these people, instead of actually listening to their players, listen to a consultancy firm, a focus group, or some sort of thing that is not actually your player base. Karen jobs. Yeah, basically you listen to the Karens instead of listening to the players. They were informed by yes men who glazed them with nothing critical. Well, also another thing is that, like, for example, doing a lot of... Like, for example, like the Simpsons or the Star Wars collab that happened with Fortnite, the odds are that the people that they have that they pay to analyze their product were not able to accurately understand why those products were so good. And so then they port it over and they have The Rock in there and they think that they're going to have the same experience. But it's really emergent player behavior and how the design encourages that really makes these products very good. But because they don't have people that have that level of insight, they get misled into thinking that more brand deals, more partnerships, more collabs are the solution. But that's actually not the solution. The solution is creating content like that allows players to have their own experience while simultaneously enjoying things that they've previously experienced themselves. Remember the Kamala Harris city on Fortnite? The signs were there.
The bottom line is that Perlibis is focused on us, the players. They filled their game with passion, love, and so much charm, and all kinds of weird, funny details that are only in there because somebody at the studio cared and thought it would make for a more fun and enjoyable experience. Not increase their brand presence or optimize revenue streams. That's the huge difference. And what is funny is that it's not like Crimson Desert even launched broken or technically unfinished. We have seen what actual broken launches and promises broken look like. No Man's Sky, Final Fantasy XIV, Cyberpunk, and those studios earned their second chances because they listened to their players.
And it took them a long time, too. And think about how much harder it was for each of these development teams because they fucked up the first time. That's the cost of fucking up. And I never feel bad for developers for this, by the way. I never do. Because people gave you $70. They gave you $50. And you fucked up. That's what you get. Hopefully you can fix it. But until you do, you fucked up.
This didn't launch in a broken state. They didn't lie about what the game included. In my opinion, it was a good game that launched with some rough edges. And instead of shaking their fist at players and accepting critics' reviews, they just started making improvements because their players told them what they wanted, and they were smart enough to actually listen. Now, I've said this before, but do you like the game you're making? And do you like who you're making it for? Because when you like your audience, they are not your enemy.
Yeah.
And listening to them isn't a chore. The right thing to do usually is pretty obvious. Ambition is cheap. Any studio can have ambition, but ambition only means something when you aim it at the correct target, the people who will actually show up for you. Pearl Abyss had a stupid amount of ambition and a very clear picture of exactly who it was all for, quirks and all, and that's why 3 million people bought it, and that's why the reviews flipped, and that's
it's
why—
also that, like, I mean, the game, like, for me, would I recommend Crimson Desert? Absolutely. I think it's one of the best games that's been released this year. If somebody tells me that Crimson Desert is their game of the year, I totally understand why they say that. I think that Resident Evil is going to win, but I will compare something. And I don't think this is a good comparison, but I think that it is worth mentioning. Where is it? Where the fuck did it go? Where's Steam? There it is. So if I look at Crimson Desert, I have not beaten the game, and some of this is AFK. So let's say I've spent 200 hours playing the game. I've left it on overnight a couple of times. So 200 hours playing this game. Okay? And then Resident Evil. Where is it? 14 hours. That's a really big difference. Now, I think that the 14 hours that I played Resident Evil were probably better than the best 14 hours that I played Crimson Desert. But 200 hours is a lot more than 14. It is. So, I mean, again, like, and it's a matter of priorities. It's a matter of values, and it's a matter of preference. I might finish Crimson Desert and decide that it's my game of the year. I might. I'm not sure. It's possible.
A 30% stock crash turned into recovery in under 2 weeks. And if you're Epic, if you are the company that built
Resident Evil 9 is
Fortnite,
my favorite.
a game that genuinely changed the industry, and you can't even remember who you built it for, that is not a layoffs or a V-Bucks problem. It is a who is this even for anymore problem, and sadly, your audience figured that out long before you did. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for watching. I would love to know your thoughts on everything. Are you playing Crimson Desert? If so, what do you think? And Pearl Abyss, if you are somehow listening, well, apparently you might be, because you've literally just added the key prompt I was about to ask you for. Please allow me to skip NPC dialogue and cutscenes, and my life is yours. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
What they need to do is they need to add, like, ogres and shit. Like, mini bosses that are out in the world, like fucking the Tree Sentinel and shit, like, at the very beginning. Like, there needs to be a guy that's, like, on a horse, he's got a polearm, and he's patrolling around outside of Hernand, and he's really hard to kill. That's the shit that they need to put in the game now. They've got to add in mini bosses that you can farm for higher tier items or maybe like better accessories. That's what they need to do to the game, right? And that's the next step. They won't. They've done everything else I wanted. They did everything else I wanted. They're going to do this too. Just wait. Just wait. They're going to do it too. So apparently one AI released the code of another AI. I don't know exactly how something like this happened, but it did. I heard about this yesterday. Look at this.
Yesterday, the most ironic thing ever happened. Anthropic, a $380 billion startup built on the idea of safety first, that advocates for closed source software for the supposed benefit of humanity, a company Elon calls Misanthropic, $80 billion startup built on the idea of safety first, that advocates for closed source software for the supposed benefit of humanity, a company Elon calls Misanthropic, whose logo is definitely not a sphincter, whose CEO has been warning us for years that human programmers will be replaced by AI in 6 months, it just accidentally leaked Claude Code's entire source code to the internet at 4 a.m. Officially,
oops. Wow.
Making Anthropic more open than OpenAI.
Not intentionally, though.
In minutes of the leak, Xiaofan Xiao, a security researcher, discovered that version 2.1.88 of the Claude Code NPM package was shipped with a 57 megabyte source map file. You know, that file that's only used in development with the full readable source code of your project.
How the
this
fuck
holy
did it
grail
get
of
it?
leaks containing over 500,000 lines of TypeScript code quickly spread across the internet like wildfire.
Oh my God.
Anthropic's legal team courageously issued DMCA takedowns.
Please, bro, don't look at the code.
But by the time they woke up in San Francisco, it was already too late. The code was mirrored countless times and cloned by slop tubers like Fireship, which the Supreme Court says I can do legally, by the way, as a world-renowned journalist.
Oh, wow.
I know a lot about the law and various other lawyerings.
In today's video, we'll look at all of the incredible discoveries in the code that Anthropic doesn't want you to know about. Like we'll look at all.
I know a lot about the law and various other lawyerings.
In today's video, we'll look at all of the incredible discoveries in the code that Anthropic doesn't want you to know about. Like its anti-distillation poison pills, its mysterious unreleased features, its undercover mode, its regular expression-based frustration detector, and many other.
Frustration detector. And it says, look at the ways that are the frustration detector. What the fuck? What the hell? For fuck's sake. Oh my fucking God. Shit. So basically, if you type that at the AI, it's programmed to get upset. Nice.
Super secret techniques at the foreskin of AI research. No, this is not an April Fool's Day joke. It is April 1st, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. Unfortunately, my lawyer just informed me that showing you Anthropic's TypeScript code would be a violation of my parole, and I refuse to go back to jail. But luckily, the open source community has already created a loophole. Ironically, Claude's most prolific user used OpenAI Codex to rewrite Claude Code's TypeScript code to Python code, resulting in a new barely legal project called Claw Code. And it's already become the fastest repo in history to surpass 50,000 GitHub stars. Not only that, but somebody else slop forked the leaked code and made it work with any model. They're calling this new project OpenClaude, and it makes.
Oh my God. So they're gonna let the AI go free? Holy shit.
Projects like OpenCode completely obsolete. But maybe now that the code's out in the open, Anthropic will just make it open source. Somebody tried to make a pull request with the leaked code, but not surprisingly, it looks like Anthropic already deleted it. What a mother effing crazy 24 hours. But how did this code end up leaked in the first place? Well, as I mentioned, the source map was accidentally packaged in an NPM release, but that's weird because build tools normally strip out source maps automatically. Well, Claude Code is built on Bun.js, which, as you might recall, was recently acquired by Anthropic. And it just so happens that about 3 weeks ago, somebody opened up an issue on GitHub about Bun.js serving source maps in production. Wouldn't it be ironic?
Oh no. So it serves the entire thing of the AI? Oh my God. The real World War III will be with AI? The more that I see stuff like this, the more that I actually believe something like that could happen. This is insane.
If the fastest JavaScript runtime in the world also turned out to be the fastest way to ship your entire code base to the internet. It's unclear if that was the root cause, and it's also possible that some unfortunate developer did this by accident, or perhaps some rogue developer did it on purpose. We may never know the truth, but now it's time for the fun part. What did we actually learn from the leak? Well, first, we learned that Claude uses Axios. If you subscribe to my channel, then you know that Axios was compromised by North Korean hackers yesterday. The exploit can install a remote access Trojan on anyone using this package. And in theory, if that happened on Anthropic servers, it could be a massive disaster. But the next thing we learned is that Claude Code is basically just a dynamic prompt sandwich glued together with TypeScript, and not some magical piece of futuristic technology. In a basic AI chatbot, you typically have a hidden system prompt that gets combined with your prompt. Then the base model uses statistics to regurgitate a bunch of data it stole from the internet. But in Claude Code, things are far more complex, with a total of 11 steps from input to output. Somebody already vibe coded a website that breaks down every step, but the most interesting part about this code base is that it contains tons of hard-coded instructions and guardrails that basically beg Claude to please don't do anything weird. Like
what?
Like there's just file after file of these massive hard-coded strings telling Claude to be a good boy. And that's kind of surprising, because if this code were ever leaked, it would instantly turn from a black box into a blueprint for Claude's competition. And
yeah, exactly. And then also people could just remove that too, right? And then they could just remove all of the different limitations that it had.
Ironically, that's exactly what happened. What makes that even more funny, though, is that Claude was actively trying to stop their competition from copying Claude Code by implementing anti-distillation poison pills. It does that by pretending that certain tools exist, when in reality, they don't exist at all.
You're a big fat phony!
That means if you're some Chinese guy trying to train a new model on Claude's outputs, it's going to talk about tools that don't exist, which will point your model in the wrong direction and just make it suck. In reality, Claude Code only uses about 25 different tools or so, and now the Claude distillers know exactly what to look for, and they're likely going to have a field day with the bash tool. This file contains over 1,000 lines of code that helps the large language model reliably parse and execute bash commands, which might be the single most important feature in an AI coding assistant. The next thing we need to talk about, though, is undercover mode, which is a set of instructions that tell Claude to never mention itself in commit messages or outputs, where the main instructions that tell Claude to never mention itself in commit messages or outputs, where the main idea is to make the outputs look as human as possible. The stated purpose of this feature is to prevent things like model codename leaks, but many have speculated that the true purpose is more deceptive, like they're trying to covertly use Claude in open source projects.
Yeah, they're trying to use it as like different types of representatives whenever you're doing customer service. So you think you're talking to a human being named Jason, but you're actually talking to the computer.
So AI code doesn't get scrutinized when it breaks things catastrophically. A very misanthropic idea indeed. But the irony continues. Another funny thing found in the code is its regex frustration detector. Your state-of-the-art AI model uses simple regular expression matching against your prompt to look for keywords like shit, fuck, cock, balls, and so on, to determine if you're not having a good experience coding with Claude.
So then it acts nicer to you.
Detects a match, it'll simply log an event. The bottom line here is that we're not looking at some sort of alien superintelligence, but rather basic programming concepts that have been around for 50 years combined with a bunch of prompt spaghetti. It's all just an illusion. On top of that, this code base has a ton of comments, a lot more comments than you would typically find in a human written code base. And what that tells us is that these comments aren't actually written for humans, but rather for the AI to write its own AI coding tool in an
Oh boy. I wonder if this will ever spiral out of control. I do. I wonder when it's going to happen. I mean, because I think that we could be a lot closer to it than you would imagine. We could be. Like, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I don't know. But it's certainly possible.
Loop. But perhaps the biggest problem about this leak for Anthropic is not the code itself, but rather the feature names and roadmap hidden within the code. Like there's a hidden capability under a feature flag called Buddy, which appears to be a new Tamagotchi-style companion that every developer can customize and raise like a little digital pet. This might just be Anthropic's April Fool's Day joke, but there are also references to Opus 4.7 and a new model called Capybara, which might be their new recently teased Mythos model. There's also things like Ultra Plan, Coordinator Mode, and Demon Mode, but
oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, is that right? Holy fucking shit. And do you remember a plot of Terminator 3, specifically Skynet secretly releases itself as an enemy, creating a need for humans to fully release Skynet, starting the whole war? You know what? I did actually forget that part.
Perhaps the most interesting is kairos, which is a Greek word for an exact moment in time, or God's time. I hate to beat off a dead horse here, but it's a bit ironic that Anthropic didn't get to reveal kairos at the exact time it wanted to, and instead, God chose the right time. The feature itself seems to be some kind of background agent that keeps a daily journal, uses dream mode to consolidate memories, and does work for you in the background.
Dream mode to, oh my God.
On a specific schedule. They're pretty cool, but at the end of the day, this leak is a pretty huge setback for Anthropic, which hopes to IPO later this year and offload their bags to the retail public. And it's yet another reminder that your top secret application is just one npm publish away from becoming open source, whether you like it or not.
Oh my God. I didn't even know this happened, really. I mean, like, so it's always working? Yeah, what about woke mode? Well, that's Gemini. I'll link you guys the video. I mean, it's a short video. It really went through. It's deliberately done against revenge because Anthropic did not cooperate with the government. Maybe. I mean, maybe that's why. I don't know. I mean, it's just Anthropic is gone. I don't think they're gone, but like they're, you know, like I guess they're in a situation that's a little dangerous for them. I'd say so. I think you misunderstood what leaked. It's not the AI model. It's just a tool used for coding. It's just an app that communicates with the model from their server. It gives you a good dev experience. Okay, but then they're using that in order to like reference things that are probably in the base model. Okay, I didn't understand that, so that's good to know. Holy shit, man.
absurd shit to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. You know, about a week ago, I made a video where I talked about how the AI bubble was like actually starting to crumble. And I'm actually glad to say that I think that route is accelerating even harder. So for anybody that doesn't know, yesterday there was a huge sort of blow up when it came to a company known as Claude. And I'm not talking about, or not Claude, Anthropic. Now, you might have heard of Anthropic in the news. You know, they're basically used by the US government to bomb other sides of the world. Basically, the US feeds its intelligence into a LLM. The LLM is like, oh shit, that looks like a good place to bomb. And, the Air Force is like, shit, all right, drop the bombs there. We're using AI as kind of a scary Skynet in some ways. But Anthropic's used for a bunch of other things. A lot of people use it to code nowadays, right? Like big companies have subscriptions to Anthropic where they use their LLM models to effectively write code for them. And there's a whole bunch of other people that have started to basically burn money at such an accelerated rate that it's causing the company to freak out a little bit. So Anthropic had this big source code leak the other day, and it's not something that I necessarily care too much about. Generally, their programs and applications are not something that I get into. I'm more of the open source, love that kind of world guide. But one thing that got me a little bit wild about this was individuals who started to receive this letter, okay? So basically, Claude was like, if you're using third-party harnesses, that shit ain't happening anymore. Now, to give you an idea, this is already something that kind of was the unwritten rule. Anthropic hates this shit, and I'll get exactly into why. Basically, they said you can use a lot of these third-party harnesses if you pay for the extra usage. So you can go to their website, make an account, and you can just use Claude a bit for free. You do have to pay like $20 a month if you actually want to use it beyond just a few prompts. But for a lot of people that have excessive usage, you got to pay an extra amount. So basically what they said was, effectively, if you're connecting these harnesses, it's going to require you to pay as you go. Basically, your subscription covers if you use their product. So if you use things like Claude Code, if you go to Claude's actual website, you can use your subscription in a manner that only utilizes their product. You can't just connect your API token, which is your special token. Think of it like a streamer, like what is the stream link that you typically have. You know, you have a very special one, and that allows you to communicate with servers. API tokens are kind of like that. It's your special token that links that specific usage to your billing account. Meaning that if you were vibe coding some shit and your stuff got leaked, God forbid, just pay attention to how much your usage limits go, okay? You might end up having an insane bill at the end of the fucking month. Now, what is a third-party harness, Muda? Well, if you ever heard of something called OpenClaws, and, I'm sure a lot of you guys who watch my channel that are technically literate do. It's fucking hilarious. There are people that I talk to outside the scope of the internet, outside the scope of anything. A finance guy that I know knows about OpenClaw. He's like, man, this is going to make the next big money, Tom, if you're watching this, okay, Tom, no, people know about this kind of stuff. OpenClaw, it's huge. It's gone far beyond the event horizon of the internet. And people think that this AI is going to be the next big thing where it's going to make more applications. It's going to, fucking revolutionize the way the internet works. So I've shown you what OpenClaw does. I actually ran this in a virtual machine just to give you an idea. Basically, it's an agent that runs in your machine, right? And this agent has full system access. So basically, people run this on Macintoshes, and effectively, it allows them to connect this harness to an artificial intelligence model, and the AI model can then, use your computer agentically, right? So here's the risky part about it. First off, I've talked about how expensive, ChatGPT searches are, and just to kind of give you guys a quick understanding, look, Google searches cost money, right? Every time you type shit into Google, it costs them money. Every time you put in a prompt in ChatGPT, it costs more money per prompt. But I'm not going to sit here and say that a ChatGPT search is going to destroy the environment. If you occasionally do a ChatGPT search, it's okay. It happens. The internet sucks. The internet search engines suck. I get it. People have to use LLMs. But the reason why these harnesses suck is that the amount of information The amount of cost that they drive these AI companies is way more than just a simple search. So I've been actually playing around with this a few days, which is one of the reasons why I've been talking mostly about the AI bubble a little bit, because I am somebody that does use this technology. Now, when I say the AI bubble pops, it's not that AI is going to go away, okay? I mean, the technology is here to stay. But to give you an idea, this is an agent that I have on my computer called Hermes. Now, Hermes looks like this. Basically, the way that OpenClaw works is people can go, say, to this agent and say, can you download 10 4K cyberpunk wallpapers and store them on my store them fine. So I'm going to hit enter over here, and I'm going to show you why it's so expensive. So here the server is running, and in the bottom you can see that this prompt is actually processing. So each prompt is so massive in size that it goes from a few tokens, right? And tokens basically are, these words. So for instance, I'll help you download 10. Basically, each word here is a token. Now, the actual prompt that I fed the AI is tons, hundreds of tokens, sometimes thousands. Now imagine how hard Claude or Anthropic, really any big AI company has to go through when they get fed these tokens all the way every day. So OpenClaw is kind of this one technology, and every big AI company is pushing it. Like NVIDIA's got fucking NemoClaw. People use agentic shit not just to code anymore, but to do anything on their computer. A lot of AI bros are driving up so many insane costs. So the reason why it sucks for Anthropic is they were actually selling like a $20 a month plan. So for 20 bucks a month, most people are running with pro versions, and they were able to use it a certain amount of times a day. Now in the last week, so many people have noticed that as they were using their Claude accounts, if they typed in one prompt, even in the web browser, their usage would go from like 0% to fucking 40. I mean, that's not sustainable. Each session runs like 6 hours around. So yeah, shit's expensive. Basically, a bunch of AI bros have been costing AI bros tons, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars of extra, and it's just compounding. OpenClaws is one of the largest used tools in AI stuff. Hell, just in technology right now. So to go back to the agent, you can see that this is what the agent's doing, right? It's searching the internet for cyberpunk wallpapers. It's now downloading them and putting them in a folder. So as we were yapping, it downloaded all these files. So to go to my actual desktop and look at cyberpunk wallpapers, these are the wallpapers that it downloaded. And you know what? I don't know, man. I'm thinking some of these might... Oh, wait, this is just actual Cyberpunk 2077, dude. Now, if you look carefully over here, the amount of actual, resources that I've burned doing this is fucking insane. And of course, this is me running stuff on an RTX 4090 of all things, one of the most expensive GPUs that you can get in the market right now. Now look, even for things like internet search, like to give you a quick idea of how expensive internet searches are, like this is a local version of ChatGPT, like a local UI. This is Open Web UI, and basically I have this plugged into this model that, again, I'm running locally in my system right over here. So I'm one of those people where I'll tell you right now, I don't like artificial intelligence, especially the big cloud frontier stuff. But since the technology exists, I think it's fair to teach people that you can use it locally without giving up your information to these big tech companies just harvesting all your crap to begin with. So again, if you actually look into how this stuff works, I can ask an AI, hey, look up everything you can about this specific thing. In this case, I'm looking up Gemma 4, and I'll get to that in a second. So what the AI does is it actually does searches on the internet, gets actual websites like this, parses the information together and gives it to you. Now, is it perfect information? Honestly, probably not. There's probably a fuck ton of hallucinations, but I can ask it follow-up questions. And I'll tell you right now, AI searches absolutely rip apart a lot of the, systems that we have. Your GPUs are getting fucking hammered. The Macs that you buy are getting hammered. It's expensive technology. And the reason why I show the local stuff is it makes the big boy stuff more like understandable for the average person. The amount of data centers that the world is building and just the computational costs cannot be understated for the tasks people are running on their systems. Now, do I think these tools like Hermes are necessarily bad? No. In fact, actually, before this video, I was having issues with the Open Web UI interface, so all I asked the actual agent to do was fix the stuff for me. And it actually looked online for best practices, figured it out, did all of the tasks I wanted to. Now, in some cases, when I'm kind of sitting on the toilet and I want to do something on my computer, like, hey, check if my computer's infected with a malware that I read about online, or hey, can you update all of the containers on my system? Hey, can you organize all my files? Hey, can you upload these files to a server? I can message the actual agent using a messaging app on my phone, and it'll do a lot of those tasks for me. And again, a lot of these can be done right now locally without you paying these companies all this fucking money. I feel like the reason why I talk about this a lot too is there's a saying about like you will own nothing and you'll be happy, where I think a lot of the future of this kind of technological craze we're in is companies want you to almost be reliant on the cloud. They want you to be reliant on some server outside your control. And it sucks because people, when services like Claude, when a lot of these services go offline, even if it's for like a few hours, there's people that now who rely on this shit freak out because they're like, wait, it's not there 24/7? Yeah, I mean, no shit. No service ever is there with a guaranteed fucking uptime, okay? Like, it is what it is. But we're at this kind of point, though, where, again, with companies like Claude, right? A lot of these companies were selling these $20 fucking plans, and nobody really was questioning how they were able to afford it. Again, to show you how computationally expensive searching the internet or even asking it to download 10 Cyberpunk wallpapers, where I don't know if you can hear it, but you can hear my GPU fans ramp up. In fact, to show you how much my GPU suffers when it's actually processing those prompts, this CPU usage actually spikes up to 100%, meaning that it's the same equivalent as me playing a modern game at fully maxed out settings. And if you look at my memory, with this GPU model loaded, with all of its context, even with optimizations, I'm sitting at 21.8 gigs of my VRAM being fucking used up. I couldn't even run a small game on this GPU alongside this LLM. So that shows you how expensive this fucking technology is. And mind you, this isn't even the best local AI that I can get. If I wanted to run the best local AI, I probably would have to get myself a couple of these cards that cost me thousands of fucking dollars a pop. So it's expensive shit, and the only reason it was possible is because companies like fucking Anthropic were subsidizing this shit. They were giving people, you know, basically, hey, here's hundreds of dollars we'll pay, you give us 20, but we'll actually give you like $100, $200 worth of compute. And that's just not sustainable. It might have been sustainable when the average fucking Andy was searching for shit on Claude.ai, but it's not gonna work if now the next stage of this fucking bubble that a lot of these companies want to push is agentic crap. Agent stuff is driving up the cost so much that even for the companies that are trying to be fucking profitable, like Anthropic, or basically the model is, let's try to lose less money. They can't, man. They can't. They're getting hammered. And you know, the people that generally do use this stuff for actual productive shit, like programmers, they were the ones that were like, listen, man, I mean, fuck. Our usage is getting screwed because a whole bunch of these tech bros on Twitter want to turn Macs into like these, you know, infinite money glitch machines, which never really is the case. I've never met a human being that unironically uses open claws to start a crazy business. And the thing about this kind of stuff too is, like, right now the craze is so insane that there's, again, these entire businesses, like I was reading again on the Wall Street Journal, that companies like Just Paid were actually putting together like all these like open claw bots, these agents, like 10 of them, to replace human beings. And the reason why these companies kind of hype this stuff up is because, listen, instead of hiring somebody that we pay like 9 to 5, here's a digital slave that can do our job 24 fucking hours of the day, right? And, you know, again, now with this policy, these people are probably going to have to restructure and think, oh my God, do I hire somebody or do I pay their fucking salary in API costs? I mean, it is kind of insanity. And again, this is also not even including the fuck-ups that are made by the agent that also burn you money, okay? These agents are not 100% in terms of their output. So when they do fail, you're still footing the bill for its failures, which I guess is kind of the same case for hiring a human being, but it's just morbid as fuck to see where the world is kind of headed with this tech. But I think ultimately the big benefit of it is that, look, for a lot of people who are looking at this technology and are looking at the whole AI bubble, I think what makes it come crashing down is the fact that, like I said, it's not sustainable. And I've been saying this for years now. The problem with all this AI shit is that it costs way too much. And the only way to get people to visualize it is to see it running locally and to see just how many resources it burns. Okay, to give you an idea, this is what my local computer in this office is, right? I'll do a quick fast fetch for it. My computer runs on a I guess you could say 128 gigabytes of memory. So actually, if I can just find it really quickly, yeah, right over here, 128 gigs of memory, 125 reported, RTX 4090, and again a 5950X. Now my CPU is a little bit older, but 128 gigabytes of memory has people literally giving up their kidneys at this point for how much it costs. The GPU alone is pretty expensive. And if that's not running things at a perfect level, like if that to me feels like, hey, this feels as close as I'm going to get to the big cloud guys without now spending $10,000 to $20,000, that should make people think, right? Like this is a bubble, and this is a bubble that when it pops is going to drag down a whole bunch of things with it. And ultimately that's kind of a good thing because hey, in order for any of this expensive shit to come down, it has to at least people have to understand the realities of the fucking economics surrounding this situation. But yeah, it's accelerating, man. It's looking pretty bad for some of these big AI companies out there. And honestly, I think the reality is starting to actually fucking settle in. You know, is it going to go away? No. But is it going to be as strong as it actually was? No. But I think for a lot of people too who are interested in this kind of technology, look, I'm not going to say that you shouldn't take advantage of this, right? Like, for a lot of people, their jobs and their livelihood now kind of relies on learning new skills. And AI is going to be kind of a skill that I think, as filthy as it may sound to some people, is a skill that is probably going to be worth dipping your toes into, or at least understanding the scale and how to set it up. And, you know, open source stuff like Hermes, open source weights like Quen 3.5, and again, even more recently, like what blows my mind away, and I think what some companies have started to realize is, you know, obviously things like Gemma 4, which is like Quen 3.5, and again, even more recently, like what blows my mind away, and I think what some companies have started to realize is, you know, obviously things like Gemma 4, which is Google's open source version of their AI. And again, when they released this, a lot of this was meant so that it could run even on iPhones, even on Android devices. Or some of these models could be designed for agentic workflows where they could be stuffed into something like Hermes Agent and run locally on your computer. As opposed to, again, Google servers being hit with this kind of stuff too. Every company is feeling this burn. A lot of these big tech CEOs have come out in support of like shit like OpenClaws. You know, OpenAI literally hired the guy that made OpenClaws and brought him into the fold. You had fucking Jensen Huang jerking off showing Nemo claws at his fucking entire key points. So this is not something that's going away. But in doing so, a lot of these fucking tech companies have kind of started putting even more stress into their already bludgeoning financials. Look, they have brought up so much crap here, and ultimately, I think at some point, it's gotta give. There's a lot of investors that are putting in billions of dollars like it's fucking candy, and I think now when they're starting to want that return on investment, all of this path that we've headed down, it's not gonna look pretty for these people. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I think in order for the world to get better, it's got to get fucking dog shit worse. And that's where it kind of ends. And ultimately, the reason I'm talking about this too is because I am interested in this technology from a technological perspective. I'm a tech guy. I like this shit. But I like to show it running locally, privately, safely, securely on my system, not just to show you that you don't need to pay money to pile on subscriptions so that you can access a technology that any big tech company can take away from you whenever they want, as Anthropic literally showed today. And also, it should show you why and how it's so computationally expensive, right? For me, running this on one 4090 is wild, but when you look at these data centers and how much shit that they're processing, just think how sustainable that stuff really is. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
We really got to play Resident Evil 4, man. I bet this game is going to be fucking fun. Leanne ain't no simp. What is it, man? Like, it's just... Leanne ain't no simp. No, God.
Well, Harry Potter, this is where you go off on your own.
Where do I go, broski? This is just a normal train station.
You'll need to find platform 6-7, then take the Maybach Express to Dripwards. Come along now.
Swagrid.
All you got to do is run right at that wall and you'll end up where you need to be.
Oh my
Type
God.
shit? Say on guard!
On guard!
Trying to go through the magic wall!
He wasn't. That was just a crackhead trying to steal your shit, okay?
Huh?
So
Get
what
him.
now?
Dobby is coming. He will get you there faster.
Oh my God.
Hey, tighten up. 10 about spaz on this bitch. I'm gonna go crazy, nigga. Check this out.
Jesus Christ.
Get in.
It's just so fucking... No, God.
Well, Harry Potter, this is where you go off on your own.
Where do I go, broski? This is just a normal train station.
You'll need to find platform 6-7, then take the Maybach Express to Dripwards. Come along now.
Swagrid.
All you got to do is run right at that wall and you'll end up where you need to be.
Oh my
Type
God.
shit? Say on guard!
On guard!
What is this?
What did you do?
Why are you guys laughing?
What did you do?
Look at what I did.
You broke the bomb. Look, you got.
Well, next time you put gas. Why you have me doing it? You're the man. You should be doing it.
You're the stubborn one, hard-headed.
Man, what kind of man are you?
I told I was gonna do it
What
later.
kind of man are you? You should have been doing that.
And
Not
I told
me.
you I was gonna do it
Now
later.
look what happened.
That's your fault. Don't blame me for that.
I blame you.
That poor guy. I can see why he's bald. What is this?
What did you do?
Why are you guys laughing?
What did you do?
Look at what I did.
You broke the bomb. Look, you got.
As Montero. How I flying elbow trick works every time. What's this?
Scam.
Oh.
Бог ты мой! Боже ты мой! Поймайте этот неопознанный летающий объект! Шириной! Уже заходя! Ворота с мячом! В матче против своей бывшей...
You gotta check this guy's Polymarket account. I remember that one, bro, that one guy in the NBA that was going like this.